Hello. Hope you're all doing well. And if not, I at least hope that your night improves. Hello, Adam, and hello, Veroth. It's nice to see you again, Veroth. I hope you've been doing well. Hi, Bree. I hope you're doing well. So, tonight I decided to answer the call. We're using the Empyrean Tarot. Actually, no, if I need to answer the call of nature, it's literally right across the room. Because luckily, the main bedroom in this apartment has its own separate bathroom, which is fantastic. Also, hello, Egg. Oops. Accidentally almost unplugged that again. So, I'm not sure anyone's gotten that affirmation yet, Bree. I think I've seen it maybe like once, actually, now that I think about it. But yeah, I hope you're all doing well. So, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it may have been you that got it last time, too. Alright. Gonna set that up there for a second. Oh, I have my cup of tea, so. Just made it before stream. It's Earl Grey tea. Earl Grey cream, actually. With a little bit of oat milk in it. Because I like oat milk. I'm just gonna sit and enjoy this for a second. Also, if I wasn't using the Empyrean decks tonight, I would totally do like another lights off stream. But I think if I do a lights off stream, these decks are gonna be kind of hard to see. Otherwise, I would totally do that now. Because I definitely want to do another lights off stream. Okay. Every time I open the Empyrean Tarot deck, just as a reminder, this is how thick the fucking Empyrean Tarot deck booklet is. Because it just includes, like, so much fucking information for every card. Each card has 4 pages dedicated to it. The first page is a small artwork, an explanation of the art, and a bunch of fucking keywords. And a journal entry for another layer to pull from for each card. And then 1 page dedicated to upright meaning and 1 page dedicated to reversed meanings. Yes, I agree with that, Veroth. Thick is indeed good. It's good. The Empyrean Oracle does, yes. The tarot deck doesn't. Yeah, there's no song association with this, sadly, but the Empyrean, the binding on my Empyrean Oracle is, it's gone. That's like the only issue I've ever had with any other decks, by the way. It was binding in a booklet. But yes, there are song associations on the bottom of the Empyrean Oracle entries, yes. Hi, Kels. Okay, let's see. I'll put the Empyrean Oracle booklet like right over here by my mouse. There we go. Yeah, I'm sure. I hope work has been going well, though. Also, congrats again. I know it's only a seasonal job, but a job is a job when it all comes down to it. Yeah. Though, of course, you know, that mindset isn't always healthy. But yeah, Adam, yeah. Of course, you don't want to be letting, you know, like jobs take advantage of you and stuff and all that, but. Also, oof. I'm sorry, Kels. Yeah. I'll get into the collectives here in a moment. For now, I am just sitting and enjoying my tea. Enjoy your lurks, Varoth. And thanks for stopping by. I hope everything's been going well with you. Oof. I'm sorry, Kels. But hey, at least after all that, you get, you know, A bit of time off. I'm guessing they're still in the prep phase where things aren't open completely yet. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, see, Kels? You get it. You got time off to recuperate from all the work that you just did. So I'm sure that's nice. At least you had time to replenish yourself. Yeah, I figured. I figured. I know it's still a bit early for them to be opening, so I figured that this was just kind of like prep work. So that's good at least. It gives you time at least to prepare. Oat milk is delicious. I love oat milk in teas because it just kind of imparts like a bit of a different flavor than regular milk. Yeah. Yeah. How early did you start getting Halloween stuff in, Adam? Have you gotten in Halloween stuff yet? uh, nice. Man, I really, really want to do like a lights off stream. I really don't think that these are gonna like show up too well on like camera if I do a lights off stream. It would be fun. Yeah. It really would be fun. And like fucking this it would be like so cozy right now because this is actually just quite this is quite just cozy right now. Affirmation bot is spitting out all of like the fucking newer ones that I haven't seen anyone get yet. Or that haven't been like given out very much yet. I think that's legitimately the first time I've seen that one. can always plug in my lights and see if they show up well enough, I suppose. Oops, sorry. I'm bumping my tripod. There we go. And of course, they just immediately turn on. There we go. Damn it. My remote is just like, nah, I'm good. Tried to run away from me. Oh, fucking dare. Alright, so that's... Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's as bright as they go. Okay, whoop. What, did I tell you to turn off, bitch? So they're still kind of visible. I like how you can just see like the reflection of the LED strip. It makes a really interesting pattern on the cards because the cards are, you know, they have a texture on them, so it makes a really cool pattern on it with like the light. I suppose we could do a lights off stream because these are visible enough. You're just not going to see the full detail of this deck. What do you think? Should we do lights off? Okay. We'll do a lights off stream. Okay. Let me just enjoy a little bit more of my tea. Okay. Alrighty, what do you got for us? Oof. Oh, that hiccup tasted like ranch. Hello. Okay. made my own ranch earlier because I made my own version of snack wraps. Earlier today. Okay. Is this the card I think? Yep. Yep. Hey, Egg, what was that stalker card of yours again from this deck? Yeah. It says hello. Do you want to... Okay. No, don't go sideways. Okay. Both sides of the energy here are being called on. It did flip out mostly sideways, so, but it apparently does want to go upright. So we have the, wow, you can see that so clearly because of the light. Okay, maybe that actually helps some of these cards. We have the Ace of Cups reversed. The Seven of Cups upright, but it is also calling on that like reversal a little bit. And then we have the Magi, which is the Magician. So, I like how that just stands out so clearly because of the lights. Essentially, there's definitely just kind of like some there's a stuckness in just kind of like emotions right now currently with this, okay? And just a blockage, okay? An emotional blockage that's just kind of like being created here, that's just kind of getting in your way, okay? And that's probably currently because the Seven of Cups energy, particularly like the reversal of the Seven of Cups energy, is just kind of like feeling a bit like spread thin, and there's just kind of a lack of sense of direction because there's so much going on around you that it's kind of hard to just kind of stay grounded and stay in the moment and just kind of get your bearings. Okay, there's just a lot going on. And essentially, to get to this position here, this magician position, okay, where you're just in your element and you're just fully like standing in your power, okay? Number one, you need to have belief in yourself, okay? Have belief in yourself, have faith in yourself, trust yourself to navigate the situation and navigate the pathways in front of you, okay? And number two, this needs to be dealt with, okay? Before you can get here, you gotta deal with this, okay? And the blockage of emotions is likely coming in the form of just kind of like the self-effacing behavior, okay? Where you're just kind of talking down about yourself, tearing yourself down, and just leaning more and more heavily into that just negative self-talk territory, okay? And that, you know, sort of self-sabotage behavior. So, know that it is okay right now if you feel a bit lost and you're not sure what direction to go in, and you're not sure which pathway to take to get to where you want to be, okay? Keep yourself open to the possibility that things can go better than you expect, okay? Because this is also kind of just telling me to just keep your heart open, okay? Keep your heart open. Just keep your heart open and keep yourself open to better things. Mm-hmm. Ecstasy. Okay. Oof. Ecstasy. Most of us have learned how to weather the storm, to navigate choppy waters, to self-heal after heartbreak. But have you given in to ecstasy? Life teaches us to build fortresses around our hearts. It is our job to split them open so light can get through. So often we fight this. We give in to the cynicism, but joy is a practice. It is identifying the moments that feel magical, and then zooming in on them, expanding them, getting them to last just a little bit longer. Joy is not just a break from the barrage of heaviness. It is the whole point of living. If we can't walk into that space open and vulnerable, knowing that eventually we will get bruised again, we are missing life. Ecstasy is not about balancing the scales of joy and suffering. It is about giving in to the wild abandon completely unadulterated. It is confronting all that tries to keep you small, fearful, and uncertain. Oh, goddamn. It is catching life on the tip of your tongue as it falls from the sky like snow. Moments will melt away, but let them leave an imprint. Well, that goes well with that reading. So, again, keep yourself open. Don't block the good things by just telling yourself that, you know, you're not worth it, it's not worth it, or that it's not something that you can ever have anyway. Again, believe keep yourself open to the possibility that things can go better than you expect them to, okay? Being a little picky. Oof. Huh. I am more powerful than I imagine. Going very in line with this. Believe in yourself. Believe in your ability to carry yourself through. It is very similar, yeah. I like how this color almost blends into my desk mat. Believe in the you that believes in yourself. Yes. So believe in yourself, okay? Have faith in yourself. Okay? You're stronger than you give yourself credit for, and you're capable of more than you give yourself credit for. That doesn't mean that you deserve of anything that you're dealing with right now. But you've made it this far, haven't you? So why the fuck would you give up now? Ugh, sorry, I had to take a drink of tea. Also, I hope you enjoyed your chalky milk earlier, Brie. I meant to respond to that message earlier, but I don't think I did. Chalky milk sounds absolutely delicious, and I wish I had stuff to make chalky milk. I have stuff for strawberry milk. And I've been drinking some of that lately. Yeah. It's definitely, yeah, like a very, very nostalgic thing for me too, yeah. I definitely liked my flavored milks growing up. Funnily enough, my what's truly nostalgic for me and absolutely something that I should do. I need to get like chocolate syrup or something. I liked, don't get me wrong, I liked chocolate milk and I liked strawberry milk, but my favorite was actually something that my dad would make me as a kid. He made me chocolate banana milk. He would mash up a banana, put some milk in it, and then put some chocolate syrup in it. And it was absolutely delicious. And oh, that's the one thing that I miss about the is my fucking UI okay there? The fucking chat overlay? It keeps flickering. Stream Elements, you good? But it's actually something I just realized that I'm really, really going to miss about the Thai place that was in the other town that I lived in before I moved up here. They had a fucking... They had a... They had smoothies. And there was a choco banana smoothie. And that shit was so good. It reminded me a lot of the chocolate banana milk that my dad would make for me as a kid growing up. And it was so good. The Thai place up here doesn't have that. And now I'm actually kind of sad. I need bananas so I can make some chalky banana milk. Yeah. I mean, hey, if you have like an Asian store next to you, like, or not next to you, but you know, close enough to you, you might be able to get like a dried boba or frozen boba that you would just have to like heat and like rehydrate. Hmm. Like there's an H Mart up near there's an H Mart up near like Chicago, I think, here, which isn't like too far away from me, and they do shipping to me because I'm within the range. They just they use like cooler packs and special packaging to ship it if there's any like fresh or refrigerated goods that need to be shipped. And there are a few other stores that do like similar things. I am not remembering the names of the other like store at the moment though, sadly. Can't fucking remember. Hold on a sec. Actually not sure. don't fucking remember, sadly. It might be Gohan Market. I don't fucking remember. I think it is. It's also another store that does, like, shipping. Okay. Let me take another drink of my tea here. Alrighty. What else do we got? Goodness, that's loud. They tell you not to do that with your decks, by the way, because they're plastic and because of the layers. Doing this has a higher chance of making them separate. I've done this with all of my decks, and I've not had a single issue with them. Even with this one, which has like a high defect rate. Yeah. Slipped out of my hands. This deck is kind of hard to hold. Kind of hard to get a grip on sometimes. Just really hurts your fingers. I think it's literally the Empyrean decks are the reason why I kind of have like a tougher skin around like the bends of my fingers. I've started to build up like a very, very like minor, like they're not quite to the level of calluses yet, but my like skin is like kind of like toughened up. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Okay. Why did they both land kind of sideways? I'll deal with you in a minute, thank you. Okay. Oh, I just saw one of the cards here. Oh boy. What's this one? Oh no. Okay. These both fucking landed sideways, which means they're kind of calling on the reverse as well. Oh. We got the Hermit. Yeah, see, like, the darker cards are kind of hard to see the text on. That's the Hermit and Death. These are the ones that turned out sideways. And what's this friend? God. We just got all major arcana. It's the Fool. Oh boy. Okay. So. Yes. Yes. I think we're all in danger. I think we're being sassed extra hard because I haven't used this deck in a while and it's been calling to me for ages and now it's just like, what fucking took you so long, bitch? Do you know how long? Do you know how long I've been fucking waiting? How many fucking words I have to say to you? You're gonna fucking get it now, bitch. So, this, particularly these two, okay? That also recalling on the reversal. There, with the Hermit reversal being called on here, there's definitely a reminder there to not isolate yourself. Don't close yourself off. Don't isolate yourself, okay? Being independent is fine, but you don't have to suffer alone, okay? It's okay to accept help. It's okay to ask for help. But right now, it is time to tune into yourself, okay? Time to tune into yourself, time to focus on yourself, okay? Focus on yourself. Focus on doing what you need to do, not what anyone else is telling you right now, okay? Don't worry about outside influence right now, okay? Only focus on yourself, okay? Just disregard, essentially just distance yourself from the input of others a little bit here, okay? Because right now you just kind of need to be listening to yourself, tuning back into yourself, reconnecting with yourself, and focusing on what you need and what you know you need to do, okay? Venture within, reconnect with yourself, listen to what your inner guidance system is telling you, okay? But that doesn't mean that you can't accept help from others, okay? Which is why that reversal is being called on. You can still seek the guidance of others. You can still seek the help of others. You don't have to suffer through things alone, so don't close yourself off to other people, okay? It's essentially necessary right now to essentially create this shift in your life that you want to see, okay? You want to see that shift and that change in your life, you need to focus on you, okay? Don't worry about others. Focus on you. And know that it's okay to just kind of let things come to a close and to let the things that are no longer serving you fall away, okay? Don't hold on to things that aren't serving you anymore, okay? Because this period of time is all about just kind of new beginnings, okay? It's all about new beginnings. So, good lord. I just lost my train of thought there. My brain does not want to work today. Okay, more tea. Hold on. My brain be struggling. Yeah. Maybe I need a little bit more caffeine. Fuck. Maybe I should have made coffee instead of tea. Damn. Anyway, the general gist of what I was going to say before I lost my train of thought. I don't remember quite what I was going to say, but essentially, like, I know there's, with the reversal of the death card, there's definitely just kind of like a resistance and a fear of change here, okay? And that might just be coming from, you know, just kind of worrying about like all of the, damn it, my lights just shut off. Things are not cooperating today, are they? My brain certainly isn't cooperating today. So, that fear might, and like that fear and that resistance might be coming. Exactly. Exactly. And it's this, like, this right here, like this need to like venture within and just reconnect with yourself and reflect is definitely being very highlighted during this like current like retrograde. And internal reflection is always a good thing to do during these retrogrades. Always. So I know that's a part of the reason why we've kind of been getting some of the messages that we have lately. But yeah. Technology does not want to cooperate with me today, and apparently neither does my brain, so woo! So, what food did you get, Kels? Oh, but it's delicious. But, that, like, fear of change and that, like, that resistance to change, I get the feeling is coming in from, in the form of just kind of worrying about all the challenges and obstacles that you might encounter along the way, that might present themselves in the future, but none of that matters right now, okay? It's not going to do you any good to worry about futures that haven't happened yet, to worry about events that haven't happened yet, to worry about obstacles that you haven't even encountered yet, okay? And that's just going to drain you. It's just going to wear you out and exhaust you. Right now is the time to just kind of get back in tune with what it is that you want. What it is you truly want. Okay? And release the things that are holding you back from going after those things, and releasing the things that are no longer serving you, that won't serve you along that path, okay? Now isn't the time to worry about the consequences, the challenges, or obstacles, or any of that right now, okay? Now is the time for tuning into yourself. tuning into yourself and letting that fear of the future just fall away, okay? Don't put too much stock into that. Do your best to just kind of work through it and release it so that you can just continue moving forward and following that inner guidance system, okay? So a ham and cheese sandwich sounds delicious. Oh my god. This card apparently is being really fucking highlighted. Because we got the Death card from the Empyrean Oracle. Which is very hard to see right now. There you go. You can kind of see it. We about to get fucking roasted to fuck for resisting change, are we? When we become Death's lover, we receive the gift of transformation every day. We learn to climb into the hollows within us, to listen to the sound, to the wounds that have spent years shouting into the void, into the wind. Sorry, it's kind of hard to read. We can lay down and let ourselves feel, sending our fears out in body bags, taking a hatchet to the false roots that have been holding us back. Death asks you to get comfortable letting go. We create so much resistance around the process because we are afraid of change. We don't want to let go of these pieces within us. These stories we tell ourselves. These patterns that keep us safe. Understand that there will always be waxing and waning, grief and acceptance. Try to live in each feeling while also appreciating them as being fleeting. The more dedicated we are to our healing, the easier it gets. We acclimate to the constancy of change, the ever-unfolding nature of truth, continually becoming clearer with each death. Okay, so tune into yourself, okay? Don't let that fear get in your way. Transformation leads to new beginnings. You want that change? That new beginning? You gotta do this first. So, focus on you. Tune back into yourself and follow that inner guiding system. Okay? Worry about what you need. Okay, I think we have 2 cards here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! No! Not you! This one goes in line with the last collective that we just got. I choose to align with joy. Hey, Adam, I'm gonna give you one guess as to what this says. Gonna give you one guess. What's that thing you hear a bunch lately? That word that starts with an R? I invite myself to relax as often as I need. Listen to yourself. Don't fucking ignore it. I feel like these collectives, these decks are just coming for the jugular tonight, I swear. They're just coming for the jugular tonight, I think. Also, unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to turn on the lights. Because these decks are these cards are really, unfortunately, like, way too hard to see. And especially, like, trying to read this guidebook, the text is so small that I'm struggling to read it. So, we're gonna have to turn the lights on. So I even make sure that everything's autofocused. There we go. But anyway, I hope that message helps for whoever needs to hear it. I know that one's certainly a bit of a call out for me. I've been yelled at a lot to just focus on myself. And it's just like, I am, bitch! Shut up. Alright, and with that, it's time to open the queue. Okay, queue is now open, so you may go ahead and join. I really hope that, really hope that the fucking cards don't just come for the throat. Well, apparently they said you need to go first. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because that could either mean you're in danger, or you're in danger. I'm only half joking. I'm mostly joking. There's a bit of truth to that, of course. I'm sure you get what I mean. There's a bit of truth to that, but I'm mostly just joking about that. You being the example? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. wish I had like a soundboard right now, because I would totally do the fucking I'm in danger meme right now. Would totally do the I'm in danger meme. Alright, egg. Let's see what we got for you. Fucking hiccups, man. Oh boy. Card just flew out, and I don't know if I should be worried about it or not. Okay. And it also landed sideways. What are these? Are these things? I can't tell if this is... I think this is the Emperor, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. It might be the Empress. No, that's what I thought. It's the Emperor. Okay. And then we have... Hold on, let me get it to see if it wants to choose a direction. Okay, we're going upright, but that reversal is being called on a little bit, and I'm pretty sure these are kings, if I remember correctly, but I gotta double check that. We have the Ruler of Cups, which I believe is the king, but let me verify that real quick. Yeah, it's the king. So, rulers are kings, that's what I thought. I haven't used this deck in a while, so I had to just fucking double check. We got the Ruler of Cups, which is the King of Cups, the Anchor, which is the Emperor, and the Ruler of Wands, which is the King of Wands. So, oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. So, there's definitely just kind of like a... Well, okay. I'm gonna preface this by saying this is not... I want to preface this by saying this isn't in the bad way. Okay? I want to preface this by saying that it's not in the bad way. Ruler of Wands, King of Wands energy always gives off ego problem vibes. When people hear ego problems, they always think of egotistical and being too full of themselves. That is one way that the ego can be imbalanced. Yes. The other way that the ego can become imbalanced is when you don't have enough self-confidence and self-worth. Okay? that is the form that is most frequently highlighted with this. So, there is essentially just kind of a lack of belief in yourself here, okay? There's a lack of self-confidence and probably a bit of a lack of self-worth. Just feeling like you're not good enough, okay? And I'm sorry, but I love that joke though. It just immediately reminds me of one of the throw blankets that I have. That it's a twist on that one. What is it? Is it Lizzo? The Lizzo lyric that's like, I'm 100% that bitch. Except it's a Halloween themed blanket. So it says, I'm 100% that witch. It is one of my favorite blankets that I own. So, there's, with that reversal of the King of Wands energy, it's giving like that, just like I said, just lack of belief in yourself, lack of confidence, and just kind of not good self-worth. Just believing that you're not worth it, okay? That you're not worth that. You're not worth the effort. You're not worth, like, having those good things, not worth having, like, the things that you want. And just that you're not deserving of any of these things, okay? Which, that voice in your head that tells you that is a liar. Okay. And that is definitely not a voice that you should be listening to. Okay. Because that voice is only trying to drag you down. Okay. And that voice is only trying to drag you down. And that might just be because, you know, that's something that you've heard repeatedly throughout your life from, you know, people that, by the people that, you know, were supposed to protect you from those sorts of things. And so that's often something that we just repeat to ourselves, because if they said it, then surely it must be true. And this King of Cups energy is kind of coming in, particularly the reversal, is just kind of coming in, like, tying along with this. Essentially, it's a reminder to not repress the emotions that you're dealing with, okay? Because King of Cups energy reversed often gives, like, emotional repression. We're just trying to shove things away because we feel like we can't deal with them. But trying to shove it away isn't really going to help things any. We unfortunately kind of have to learn to sit with those. That doesn't mean that they have to be at the forefront, of course. that has to be where our focus lies. Rather, that we just kind of need to learn not to give in to those feelings. There's a fucking word for it that I'm like not remembering right now, but there's like a name for that, but like essentially the vibe is that you just kind of like in those moments you need to be showing yourself compassion, okay? Show yourself compassion, show yourself kindness, okay? And there's no reason to be hard on yourself. There's no reason to be overly critical of yourself. There's no reason to be tearing yourself down. Because you don't deserve that. You never deserved it. You never deserve to be told any of the fucking nasty shit that you've been told, okay? And you certainly don't deserve to have that coming from yourself, okay? Remember that remember that you didn't deserve that, okay? Whoever told you those things originally, know that you didn't deserve that, okay? And know that your past self did the best they could with what they had, okay? And current you is doing the best that you can with what you have. So there's no reason for you to just be so hard on yourself, okay? But yeah, know that just don't listen. The vibe is, you know, like definitely like don't listen to that nasty voice that tells you that. And definitely don't listen to anyone else who tells you that, okay? That's where this Emperor energy is coming in. The word self-sovereignty comes to mind here, okay? You're the one who has to... You're the one that gets to live your life. You're the one that... You're the one that gets to live your life. You're the one that's in control of that, okay? So, don't listen to the opinions of others, okay? Because they don't matter. But just be kind to yourself, okay? Be kind to yourself. That was loud. My goodness. Oh, so hello, Mordecai. And hello, Pink Kevin. Oh my god. It's the Death card again. This card almost flung itself off the back of my desk. Yeah, I know that feeling, Egg. I unfortunately was stuck in a similar situation for most of my life. So, who, me? You're good, don't worry, Mordecai. Yeah, we're good. The Empyrean deck is just very it's very direct. And it's very it can unfortunately be very brutally honest. Which is why I like using these decks for shadow work. You're fine, Mordecai. So, unfortunately, I don't really do readings about love. Death says, when we become Death's lover, we receive the gift of transformation every day. We learn to climb into the hollows within us, to listen to the wounds that have spent years shouting into the wind. We can lay down and let ourselves feel, sending our fears out in body bags, taking a hatchet to the false roots that have been holding us back. Death asks you to get comfortable letting go. We create so much resistance around this process because we are afraid of change. We don't want to let go of these pieces within us, these stories we tell ourselves, these patterns that keep us safe. Understand that there will always be waxing and waning, grief and acceptance. Try to live in each feeling while also appreciating them as being fleeting. Yeah, you can, Pink Heaven. That's fine. The more dedicated we are to our healing, the easier it gets. We acclimate to the constancy of change, the ever-unfolding nature of truth continually becoming clearer with each death. Oh, absolutely. I know that feeling too, Egg. Like, when I was finally free of my own situation that was similar to that. And that shit was terrifying. Because it meant living on my own. And I wasn't able to escape that situation until, like, my late 20s. And then, like, immediately after moving for probably about, like, the first year or two, like, things were so freeing, but eventually, after that period, because I was in a place where I was able to process everything just came crashing down. Because suddenly all that shit that I'd shoved away was suddenly right there on the surface. And that's something that I've been working through for probably about the past 6 years or so. And it's something that just constantly takes work. So, it just takes, like, that work, in other words, what I'm trying to say is that work is still ongoing. It hasn't ended. And unfortunately, for so many of us, it's kind of a lifelong journey. Yeah. Yeah. I know that feeling, Egg, but know that, know that you'll always have people who are willing to help you through that, okay? You know I will, I hope. I'll always be happy to listen because I know what that situation is like, unfortunately. So I'll always be here to listen and I'll always be able to help you in the ways that I can. And, like, I'm sure I'm not the only one. Okay. You have friends who are willing to be there for you. Okay. And I know how hard it is to be open and vulnerable with people. It is still something that I struggle with. It is still something that I struggle with. Okay. I struggle with being open. Hey, giving yourself a hug is also perfectly valid there, Mordecai. Sometimes you just gotta hug yourself. Yeah. Thank you, Pink Heaven. And yeah, that's a mood, Egg. I know. I know that one very well. And that is precisely why I struggle with it still. Because it's, yeah, it's fucking rough. Because, like, due to my upbringing and, like, a lot of the, like, people that I had around me in, like, my early life and my childhood and all that sort of shit, I unfortunately grew up with a fear of abandonment because of that. Because most people just kind of didn't stick around. And I grew up mostly isolated because I didn't really have people around me. Yeah. So, that's currently, like, I mentioned that kind of earlier, like, right now, particularly with this, like, Mercury retrograde, there's definitely a very, very strong call for reflection right now. So there's definitely a very, very strong call for reflection currently with this current Mercury retrograde. And there's definitely, going along with that, there's like a massive call lately to like shadow work. A massive call to shadow work. So yeah. But if you ever want to talk about things, Egg, I'll always be happy to listen, because like I relate to that about, you know, struggling with being vulnerable and open with people and worrying that they'll leave you like everyone else did. I'm sorry, Pink Heaven. Unfortunately, you know, childhood trauma is all too common because, yeah, not many people reach adulthood without some sort of scar they carry with them. There are very, very few actually well-adjusted adults, sadly. So, know that you're just not alone in feeling that way, okay, Egg? Me. I trust myself to make choices that are in alignment with my highest good. Trust yourself to carry. Trust yourself to carry yourself through this, okay? Yeah, you can join the queue if you want, Pink Heaven. But I hope that message helps, Egg. And again, if you need someone to talk to, I'm available. So. Like I said, I grew up in a similar environment, so I understand all too well what it's like in that sort of situation. So. Okay. Okay. And okay. Gonna enjoy some of my tea here before we get into your reading here, Adam, and I'm actually going to pull out another deck really quick. Cause oof. Might actually have to go make more tea. But yeah. Empyrean decks are definitely they have words today. They have words. And like I said, these decks can be like particularly brutally honest and quite just like heavy. Which is why I don't like using them too frequently, because that can be a bit much. So, I think in between the readings tonight, we're going to also just do some quick pulls with the Therapet's deck. Just to bring a little bit more lightness to everything. Okay. Also, before I forget, because I just noticed the time, because it's like fucking 9. Before I forget, let me issue a last call for Q. I'll leave it open for a few more minutes, but if anyone still wants to join Q, now is your time to go ahead and do so. So, life will always bend you, but trust me, you are too strong to break. Is the card from the Therapet's deck. We need a little cute to offset the heaviness that the Empyrean is apparently bringing tonight. Yeah, if you want to join the queue, go ahead and do so. You're all good, egg. Also, it's exclamation point, by the way, not an L. You're all good. And the command to join is in that message that you just got. Okay. Hey. No. Look at that cute little puppy. Yeah. Just type the command in that was listed in that message up there to actually join the queue. Cute little puppy says it's gonna be okay. Alright, are you ready, Adam? Okay. Also, Mordecai, the exclamation point read me command, that message list is the command that you actually need to type to join the queue. Okay. Let's see what we got for you, Adam. That was an upside down card. Get back over there. Must have missed that card flipping over earlier. Yeah, you're all good. Just type in that command if you want to join queue. Excuse me, card. Okay, hold on. Let me count the cards. Okay. That one is sideways. What was the card that flew up? It's the fucking Hermit. It's the fucking Hermit. Oh my god. And Ten of Wands. Okay. And we got the Sovereign of Cups, which is the Queen of Cups. Sideways. And it wants to go upright, apparently. Well, these two particularly are going together. So, with this Ten of Wands energy, there's definitely like that energy of just kind of like being overwhelmed, being overburdened, and like trying to take on too much at once. And feeling like you have to take on everything at once all alone. Okay. Which, again, you don't have to go through things alone. Okay. You don't have to suffer through things alone. It's okay to ask for help when you need it. Don't be stubborn. And right now it's essentially time to just kind of create distance between these things that are overwhelming you and things that are draining you, okay? Find a little bit of solace from this by just kind of turning in to yourself, turning inward, okay? Tuning into yourself and your inner guidance system and focusing on what you need, okay? Both of these cards are putting a heavy emphasis on a need to tune into yourself, okay? Focus on you. Focus on getting what you need, okay? And know that it's not something that you have to do alone. Okay? You can ask for help. You can open up to others and allow them to help you through these difficult situations, okay? It's not something that you have to deal with alone. And no one can know what you're dealing with if you're not open about things, okay? You gotta be open about things. Oh, darn hiccup. Diffic. We got mystery. Is this the right way? This is the right way. Okay. We got mystery. Right, there it is, a booklet. It's like, where the fuck did I put it? Also, hi, Red Cat. Sorry, I meant to say hi earlier. Okay. Mystery. Do not try to strain your eyes. Let the picture come into focus in its own time. It's a practice, coaxing our eagerness to sleep and letting ourselves just enjoy the unfolding. But imagine you were the first person to see the northern lights, standing in the bitter cold with otherworldly colors dancing around you. You likely wouldn't jump to trying to figure out what they were. You would just sit in awe. Let yourself be that in awe of your own life. Let yourself lose language and logic and conclusions and see it all with your eyes wide. Be curious. Let yourself take wrong turns, hit the dead ends, double back a couple times. Embrace the mystery. You will never have it all figured out. Relish in that. So, don't be afraid of making mistakes. I know that's a message that's come up for you recently about that fear of making mistakes just kind of getting in your way. Don't fear making mistakes. Don't let that fear of like fucking up just keep consuming your thoughts, okay? Mistakes happen, it's not the end of the world. It teaches you what not to do. You want to not make those mistakes? Learn the lesson. And also, enjoy the journey, okay? Don't focus on the end goal. Enjoy the journey. Okay, I'm gonna close the queue here as soon as I'm finished with this, so if you still want to join, now's the time to do so. Bye, Egg. Take care of yourself. Me. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Here, we got a couple cards for you. Oh. We got 3 cards, because there was a hidden one back there. Every day, I choose to align with my body. So, listen to what your body's telling you. If it's telling you need rest, take rest. Otherwise, it's gonna make that decision for you, bitch. I trust that there are unseen forces collaborating with me to create the life I want. Again, trust that you're not alone. Trust that there are people helping you and who will be willing to help you. And I show up for the world around me. And that's an ampersand. Okay. I show up for the world around me and create a positive impact however I am able. So, show up for yourself. Okay? Show up for yourself. Choose yourself. Focus on yourself. Okay? I hope that message helps. Good. I'm glad. Okay. Before we get into the next reading, I need to go to the bathroom first, and I need to go make another cup of tea. Because I need more tea. My teacup is almost empty. Did I ever tell you guys... Did I ever tell y'all about the time that Mr. Sass told me that and I almost pissed myself because I fucking died laughing? It's just like, not now, sir. Please. Ugh. Okay. And for those of you unaware who haven't been around for very long, Mr. Sass is what I call one of my guides. Because he's a sassy little shit who thinks he's funny. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'll be right back because I need to go use the restroom. I need to make a cup of tea. Oh, I'm about to close the queue, so if anyone still wants to join. Okay. Closing now. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Thanks. I got myself tea, and at the same time I made myself a little snack. I got popcorn. Also, that's interesting, Brie. By any chance, um, has anyone else in your family been diagnosed with autism? Because that's actually kind of a common thing among people with autism. Um, yeah. Like, there are certain things I can't watch because of secondhand embarrassment. And, um, laugh tracks are kind of like one of those things. They're kind of, it's not the exact same thing, but it's like in like the same vein. It's very similar. Laugh tracks annoy me. There's just something off about them. And also, um, like, I can't watch anything that's like super fucking like awkward because of secondhand embarrassment. Which both of those things are kind of common in people with forms of neurodivergency. I accidentally burnt some of my popcorn. But I don't mind burnt popcorn. I actually kind of like the texture of it, strangely. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I've just always found laugh tracks like distracting. Anyway, are you ready? Also, I'm sorry if my microphone is picking up some of the crunches from the popcorn. Anyway, Let me move this here so I can sit my popcorn right here by my mouse. I made myself some of my favorite tea. Some of one of my favorite teas. There's a brand that's called Twinings. There's a tea blend that they have that's called Prince of Wales. It's one of my favorite black teas. It's very delicious. Haven't had it in a few months, so I decided to make myself some. Sorry if that's really loud. Okay. Okay. You got an extra card. This one. Why are you showing up so much? It's the Hermit again. And the Four of Globes. Interesting. What's this, friend? Oh gosh. I know why that one's like went sideways. That's the Nine of Wands. It wants to be upright, but I know why it went sideways. And this is the Seven of Cups. Again, I know why this one went sideways. And it wants to be upright. Alrighty. Nine of Wands, Seven of Cups, Four of Globes, which is Four of Pentacles or coins, and our friend, the Hermit, which is being our stalker card tonight, apparently. So, there's definitely some vibes here with this Nine of Wands card, calling on that reversal a little bit, which is, again, just feeling like giving up, feeling like there isn't a point to anything, and just being just fucking done with things. But Nine of Wands upright is a reminder to not give in to those feelings, to keep pushing through and keep seeing things through, okay? There are two quotes that come to mind for some reason. One is, it's not over till it's over. The other being that one quote, which I believe is a John Lennon quote or something. And I don't remember the exact wording of it, but it's something along the lines of, everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay yet, it's not the end. Those are like the first two quotes that like suddenly come to mind. So I don't, it ain't over till it's over, bitch, is definitely the vibe right now. I'm not sure who that's coming from, but Yeah. um so just do your best to not let those feelings get the best of you. Okay. um like, I know things are kind of difficult right now, and I know the future may seem uncertain, and like, there's a lack of clarity and just like a lack of a sense of direction and such. But know that the path will the path and the way out will present itself. Okay. But right now, make sure that you're tuning into yourself, you're focusing on what you need, and you're just following that sense of inner guidance. Okay. You know what you need, so listen to that. Listen to that inner guidance system. And if you're struggling to hear it right now, slow down and just take some time out. Okay? There is definitely just kind of a call to bring things back into balance here. Okay? And focus on the things that need to be focused on. Okay? Coming from that, like, Four of Globes, the Four of Coins energy. There's, with both of these cards in particular, because 4s and 7s are all about reflection, it's essentially asking you to focus, like, reflect on, like, what it is that needs doing right now, and also focus and get clear on what it is that you want. Okay? Because right now is a period of reflection, it's not a time of action. Reflection is needed before progression. Just, again, if you're feeling like, you're not sure which direction to follow, which path to follow, which option to just kind of like focus on right now, that's just a sign to slow down and reflect on what it is that you really want to be doing right now. Okay? Spreading yourself too thin and trying to focus on too many things at once is, yeah. Yeah. I know. I know. But yeah. Right now is just the moment to reflect. Hello, lights. My lights just turned on by themselves. No, my lights do that occasionally. There's interference. No. My hands are right here on camera, and my remote was over by my popcorn bowl, which is like over on the other side, like right here. My popcorn bowl is right here. Oh, hold on. Not Nightbot. Why you throwing a hissy fit right now? Oh, it's a link. Yeah, I still have links disabled. I don't know why, like... Sorry, I can't move my mouse. With my popcorn bowl, like, right there. Yeah, links of clips should be allowed. I don't know if there's an option to, like, whitelist that, but I'm gonna have to whitelist that. Thank you for reminding me that I need to figure out how to do that. That's still something I haven't done. But I will say, Bree, that last part, that's not greedy, okay? That's not greedy. That's also a part of taking time for yourself by doing the things that you want to do, okay? And you deserve to be able to do that, okay? You deserve to be able to do that. And yeah. Just listen to that inner guidance, okay? What is it that you want to do? Just as a whole, in general, in the moment. Yeah. Yeah. And I know when, like, when you're being worked to death, it's kind of hard to find time for yourself, but finding time for yourself is necessary. But yeah, now is the time for reflection. Like, what is it that you really want to be doing? How is it that you want to proceed? Like, what is it that you need to be focusing on and prioritizing right now? Because there is an element of that with the four of focusing on, like, what needs to be, reflecting on, like, what needs to be focused on or, like, prioritized right now is kind of, it's an element of, like, that four of coins energy, but also along with that, there's that element of just kind of, like, reflecting on, like, what needs to be, like, done differently, because the four of coins energy is just kind of all about just, like, there's an element of, like, scarcity to it. And there's an element of survival mode in it. Is kind of like how I like to phrase that. And it's reflecting on just kind of where you can be doing things differently, where you can be, like, rebalancing things and prioritizing things differently. Particularly in regards to, like, resources. I know this one kind of came up for me a lot when, like, before Adam and I like put together a plan of how to tackle moving. This one was literally a call for like budgeting for me. It's just like, yeah, how are you gonna make this happen? We kind of need to figure that out. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I know there's definitely like a lot of like lately, particularly with like the retrograde and stuff, there's a call for like reflection just in general. And there's definitely, like I said, a highlight like of a need for reflection here. Um and just kind of like trying to figure out, like trying to figure out what it is that you want to focus on. Because, yeah. But yeah. This card here, the Hermit, is the key. Well, and this one. Um, like, keep trying to, like, move forward and do your best not to give in to those feelings of wanting to give up, as dire as things may seem right now. And right now is the time to focus on you. Okay. Reconnect with yourself. Reconnect with that sense of inner guidance. See what it has to tell you. And to do that, you need to take time for yourself and slow down. Of course. Trust. You want to know what's even funnier? I keep them in the deck bag that I keep the Empyrean Tarot in. When I ordered these decks, when I ordered the Empyrean Tarot, I got sent like a bunch of gifts. And I got 2 separate card pulls. As well as like a free deck bag and like some other stuff. You want to take a guess as to what card I got? What card pull I got? The funny thing is, both random card pulls are the same theme. One is the trust card. The other says, trust that the universe is piecing things together for you, even if you can't see the evidence of it yet. These are 2 card pulls that I got as a free gift when I ordered the Empyrean Tarot. My response was also a sigh. There's where I put the guidebook. I was like, where the fuck is it? I moved it, you derp. Trust. Trust is not a last resort balm for anxiety. It is the brickwork that must be laid in the mind. Too often, after some personal loss, we ease the discomfort by slathering "everything happens for a reason" on the inside of our brains. You know how I feel about that phrase. Everything happens for a reason. It becomes a life raft that we cling to as opposed to the land we build our homes on. Sometimes trust requires us to step outside of ourselves. When we are working on a new way of being, we must trust that our thoughts are wrong, that there are better ways. Change is often like walking a tightrope, blindfolded. We have to feel our way through, but we choose to trust the fact that the old way won't take us to the new places we want to go. It is understanding that a lack of trust creates a kink in the hose. It's where flow goes to die. But if we can follow the gentle or not so gentle tugs life gives us, without trying to figure out where we are being led, we are allowing ourselves to flow with life rather than fight the current. Which does kind of go in line with that Hermit. Particularly about that bit about trusting your inner guidance system, like tuning back into that inner guidance system. Oof. Darn hiccups. Despite what others think, I can live in a way that honors my needs and desires. So, don't give a fuck about what anyone else thinks, because they don't fucking matter. All that matters is what you want, what you need, and what essentially, like, where you're being, like, led, okay? Following what your inner guidance system is, okay? What your inner guidance is telling you. Okay. I hope that message helps. But yeah. I know how hard it is to just kind of believe that there's something better when we're just kind of stuck in a scarcity mindset. It's those small shifts that will build up to make, you know, a bigger difference. Okay. Before I go on, I need some tea and some popcorn. Welcome back. Sometimes it feels like the horrible feeling will never end. It's important to hold on and wait it out because it never lasts. And just because you feel like trash doesn't mean you are trash. So fucking be nice to yourself. You're doing the best with what you have. Okay. That's our little tea and snack break. Okay. 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 That was very quick. Eh. What's this? It's sideways. Ah. Really? You're sideways. Oh, fuck off. That's why I was getting those vibes. And that's still sideways. Thank you. Choose a direction. Thanks. We have the Ace of Wands reversed, the Two of Globes, and the Star. You know how I said there were those vibes of needing to bring things into balance and prioritize what needs to be prioritized? That I said I was getting from the Four of Globes? Yeah. The Two of Globes is exactly that. What needs to be prioritized, you ask? This. Healing. Okay. Because there's just kind of like there's still some, like, unhealed things that are still a little bit too close to the surface that haven't been properly dealt with, which is why this, I think, kind of called on that reversal energy a little bit. And going in line with that, like, sort of feeling of wanting to give up is this Ace of Wands reversed. This is the loss of that spark, okay? Where you just kind of feel like giving up. Because life is really fucking testing you, and that zest for life and that desire to, you know, be alive kind of gets crushed. Yeah. But sorry, I have a corn hole stuck in my teeth I'm trying to get out. Probably not the best idea to eat popcorn right now, but it sounded good, so whatever. Anyway, yeah, but also we can work on changing our response to those things. And here's the thing. Like, it's essentially it's difficult. It's something that's difficult to do alone, which is why yeah, yeah, and there's definitely a need to reel that in. Because other people don't deserve that either. So, but essentially I'm trying to remember the words that I was going to use, but like my train of thought just so easily gets fucking it just fucking flies ahead and like fucking end up fucking like losing it so much. But know that like know that it's something that you don't have to do alone, okay? Healing takes work, and it isn't something that we should be doing alone, okay? That's kind of what emotional support systems are there for, okay? That's what friends are there for. That's what partners are there for. They're kind of there to help support you through things, okay? Like, ugh. Sorry, my fucking brain is not braining right now. I like so quickly lose my train of thought, and I know it's because it's getting later at night. I know it's because it's getting later at night that my brain is just like, nah. It's why I got more tea and I got myself a snack. To kind of help give me that little bit of boost. Quite honestly, you know what? That's actually something I should have done. I have a stash of candy exactly for this fucking reason. It's currently sitting in my kitchen. Give me one moment. I need to go get sugar. I'm back. I got my giant container of Jolly Ranchers. Okay. I got a watermelon Jolly Rancher. Okay. Anyway. So, essentially, what needs to be prioritized here is essentially healing, okay? Because the more these wounds are triggered, the more you're just going to lash out. The more overwhelmed you're going to get. And the easier that response is going to be triggered. Because the fuse just gets shorter and shorter. Okay. Prioritize yourself. Prioritize your healing. Okay. Easier said than done, I know. But when you find yourself just pay attention to when things are triggering you and to what about that situation is triggering you, okay? When you get a moment, if you're not right at that moment available to, like, make a note of it, like a physical note of it, if you're someone who just kind of struggles to remember things, when you get a moment, just kind of make a note of that so that you can journal about it later, okay? And when you get a moment to yourself, if you're someone who likes journaling, journal about it and further inspect what about that situation made you respond the way that you did, okay? That's how you do shadow work. That's part of how you do shadow work, okay? And can begin addressing these wounds that are still unhealed. And know that these things are surfacing for you for a reason. They're there to essentially bring your attention to what about situations are triggering you. They're coming to the surface so you pay attention, so that you can work with them, so that you can begin to reframe those thoughts. Alter those reactions, and begin to essentially shift your perspective. Okay? And the key here, something to remember about shadow work and healing in general. Don't be harsh with yourself. It requires honesty, yes, but that does not mean being harsh with yourself, okay? There's no need to be mean to yourself, okay? There's no need to feel guilty. There's no need to feel ashamed. That is only going to just kind of reinforce those all the nasty shit that you just keep telling yourself. The key is compassion. Show compassion for yourself. Show compassion for others, because pretty much everyone has their own shit that they're dealing with that they're not talking about. Most of us carry some wound with us. Because as I said earlier, actually well-adjusted adults are few and far between. So, compassion for yourself, first and foremost, and compassion for others, where necessary. It starts with compassion for yourself. Cloak. What? That was weird. Cloak. There are times for being transparent, forthcoming, and open. This is not one of them. Whatever you are working on, processing, or exploring, it is best to do it under wraps for now. This is not to encourage paranoia or fear, but simply to protect yourself. Some roads are best traveled at night. Some flames are best lit inside. Some ideas are best not shared. Some projects are best kept secret, at least for the time being. Respect this moment enough, whatever it is for you, to give it its best chance by keeping it within. Let it take root inside you. Protect your time and space from any external forces that attempt to interrupt, and let it grow. You will know when it's time to step outside and let it be seen. Wait, weren't you the person that got that? Weren't you the person that got that affirmation earlier about protect your peace but leave space for compassion? Because this is kind of giving that vibe. So, I know that this card, the entry for this card talks about like keeping it to yourself and keeping it under wraps. But I more so get the vibe that this is just kind of like, that may be the mindset that you're at currently because you're afraid to just kind of like be open and vulnerable with people. Afraid to be open with people. And talk about, these sorts of things. But then it goes on to say, about like, some like, about like protecting yourself and like not giving in to external forces. Yeah. Protect your time and space from any external forces that attempt to interrupt, and let it grow. Which is very protect your peace vibes. Yeah. There's 2 cards. I thought that was 1. Endings can make room for what I want to call into my life. I give voice to my darkness, empowering myself to transmute it. This goes very in line with that, and about the need to do shadow work. That stuck to my tooth. So I hope that message helps. But when you're working on doing shadow work and you're really working on like doing that deep inner work, that deep healing, it is important to remember to show yourself compassion and show others compassion and forgiveness where necessary, so that you can release the pain's hold on you. Release their hold on you. And again, as I've said many times lately, it's not about giving them a free pass. It's about choosing yourself and allowing yourself the space to heal. It doesn't mean that you deserved anything that happened to you, because you didn't. And it doesn't make it right. But I know a lot of people will say, and it's a phrase I hate, a lot of people will say forgive and forget. I hate that phrase. Forgive, but never forget. Is how I choose to look at it. You'll always have that memory of what happened, and you'll always carry some amount of pain with you long after it's happened. But when you can work to forgive and let go, it begins to loosen its hold on you. And it gets easier with time. I like to think of it as like being similar to grief. A lot of people will use that metaphor of, the box and the ball. The box with a button in it and a ball is like a metaphor for grief. And how when it's new, that ball is about as big as the box, and it constantly hits that button. But as you work to heal, from it and like work through it, eventually that container gets bigger and bigger, and that ball hits that button a lot less frequently. But it'll always be there. They specifically like to use that as like a metaphor for, like what grief is like when you lose a loved one, but that applies to more than just losing someone. That applies to grief as a whole. Grief of all forms. As time passes and as you learn the tools that you need to deal with it, that container grows and expands because you've grown. And it triggers that button less and less. Okay. It's your turn if you're still here, Red Cat. Gonna take another snack break. Oh gosh, it's already like 10:30. I just noticed. Oh yeah. Almost forgot. Oh. Everything is scary, and you feel vulnerable, but that doesn't mean anything is going to go wrong. Anxious feelings usually aren't indicative of reality. Hello, Radcat. Are you ready for your reading? Yeah. I'm sorry. Any particular reason why? Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. There's our little tea and snack break with our quick, cute card pull. Oh. Okay. I'm trying to just incorporate the Therapets deck, the deck that I just used, in between readings tonight because the Empyrean decks can get very heavy and they're very frequently very brutally honest. They can be a bit much sometimes. I'm trying to offset that with cute fuzzy things. Alrighty. That's why I don't use these decks too frequently. I usually use them like once a month. Because they're quite heavy and they're great for shadow work. When you really, really want to get like deep into shadow work, these decks are great for that, but they can be very, very heavy. So looks like you got 2 extra cards. Well, actually, I think these stuck out, or popped out stuck together. Let me reshuffle that one. Just to make sure. Okay. We have 4 of Wands. The Lovers. And Seeker of Cups. So, okay. So, there's definitely, with this Lovers card, just kind of an element of just kind of like a need for communication and an element of a need for communication and also relating to like those significant connections in your life, people who are significant to you, and probably just like a need to like communicate with them. Okay. There's definitely just kind of like this element of like out of curiosity, are any of these people childhood friends of yours or people that you've known for like a long time? Yeah, because that's the vibe that I'm getting from this. Okay. um, you know what? I think I'm actually going to draw you more cards. Because funnily enough, I think this reading is in relation to that. I say that because of this and like the need for communication, and also this Four of Wands energy, which is like all about like enjoyment and like celebration. And the Seeker of Cups energy is kind of like bringing in that energy, like I said, of like childhood friends and like significant connections to you. Essentially, like these two together are just kind of giving like childhood friend vibes. Let me actually give you some extra cards here. As like a base, there's just kind of like that element of like obviously like a need for communication with this, but let's see if we can get a little bit more than that. I'll take that card as well, which is the Knight of Cups. What's this one? It's the Eight of Daggers, which is about like release and freedom. The Eight of Daggers reversed. Okay. Honestly, I'm not sure that like they're just gonna like I'm not sure that they're gonna give any more than just kind of like this. Because this is essentially just about like, you know, like release from it and stuff. Honestly, like just as a whole, this is just kind of giving like talk it through vibes. Um which, you know, isn't the most helpful, but I'm like, yeah, that's obvious, thank you. But yeah, I know. Um it's definitely just kind of giving, you know, like it just need to be, you know, like honest about things and to uh just be honest about things, and also it's just kind of like letting your heart do the talking is definitely the vibe, just because of this card here, the Knight of Cups, which is all about like just kind of leading with your heart and following your heart. And yeah. Oh, well, I'm sure she will definitely be willing to help you. That's also very interesting that you mention Freya. Um, so Freya is actually Freya's actually one of my guides. Funnily enough. So, for the last time I did a reading, like, contacting her, okay, one of the cards that came up for her as to what, like, card is, like, represented her best from the deck, because, that's one of the questions I like to ask when I do, like, readings, contacting, like, spirit guides and stuff, if I just want to, like, check in with them and see, you know, see what's going on. This is actually one of the cards she gave me. And immediately, like, the vibe that I got out of that Knight of Cups card when I was doing that reading, probably about like 8 or 9 months ago at this point, I think it was. Actually, it was probably like more like 9 or 10 at this point. Now that I think about it, it's almost the end of July. The vibe that I immediately got out of that was, you know, that she was just searching for something. And at this point, I didn't really know a whole lot about, like, her actual lore or her backstory. And, she apparently lost her husband. She was, like, quite literally, she spent time, like, searching for her husband. Because one of the cards I got was, like, the Knight of Cups, and, like, I believe it was, like, the Five of Cups. Or the Three of Swords, which was, you know, like, all about, like, grief and, like, heartbreak and stuff. And the vibe that I immediately got out of that was, you know, like, just, you know, like, very, very heavy grief vibes. And, like, just searching for something. And, yeah, she apparently spent time searching for her husband. Her lost husband. And I was just like, oh, that's actually quite sad. She was literally searching for her lost love. And I was just like, oh. Why? That's so sad. I discovered that when I eventually, like, went to go, like, look up, like, a little bit of, like, lore about her, and I was just like, well, that explains some of the cards I got from her. Fuck. By the way, like, if you're ever, you know, not that I'm saying you, like, need them or anything, or that they're, like, fucking necessary, because they're not, but, like, if you're ever interested, I actually have, like, they're on my Ko-fi page. I've released, like, my own spreads that I've, like, created, and one of them involves, like, actually contacting your spirit guides and getting like, information out of them. Because I actually have, like, a couple decks that are specialized for that purpose, about, like, contacting spirit guides and stuff, and, like, communicating with spirit. Not that they only have to be used for that, but I have spreads, like, they're free. I have spreads that I've posted on my Ko-fi page, if you're ever interested in, like, looking at any of them. And, like, particularly in relation to, like, the one about, like, spirit guides and contacting spirit guides and getting, like, a read on them and getting, like, information about them, you get some quite interesting, like, information sometimes. And that is also, like, essentially, I've released spreads for all of the special readings that I offer, the special paid readings that I offer over on Ko-fi. I've released all of the spreads of those for free, because I also want other people to be able to use them so that they can do it themselves if they want to. Because I know, like, not everyone has fucking money for that sort of shit, and I don't ever want to pay for any of my stuff. Which is why I offer free readings here, and why I made the decision earlier this year to do, like, a free giveaway of, like, a free reading of your choice, like, every month. I plan on starting that up. I'm planning on starting that up again in August, by the way. I forgot to mention that. I've been meaning to mention that again at some point in, like, the Discord server or in, like, to chat here in stream. I will be opening the giveaway again in August. I had to put a pause on it while I was taking a break when I moved. And as I've been, like, sorting through shit and, like, just kind of taking time for myself, I didn't start that back up in July when I, like, started, streaming occasionally again, because I started that back in April. And then in May and June, I just, like, had to take time off for moving and also to just take time for myself because I was just, like, overwhelmed by everything. And it wasn't until the end of June that I started occasionally streaming things again, and it wasn't until, like, the beginning of this month when I actually started streaming somewhat regularly again, doing, like, tarot again. Because I was occasionally just, like, coming back in to pop in to just chill and play things. And the beginning of this month is when I finally started doing tarot readings again, because I felt like I was in a place to do it again. And I am, like, pretty much at this point just, like, back, though I occasionally still need to take a day off, take time off for myself, which is why I don't stream, like, 3 days every week like I normally would, because I normally do Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And I'll still take a day off here and there when I really need to. But I am back to streaming regularly, clearly. So now that I'm back to being somewhat regular, like on a regular streaming schedule, I will be opening giveaways up again, hosting the giveaway again, giving free readings out. So, giving free paid readings from my coffee shop out again. So, yeah. But yeah, so, like, the spreads for all of those are available for free on, like, my coffee page. I have them posted, on coffee, including the one I just mentioned, and that one gives you, like, some pretty interesting information. I've gotten, like, really interesting readings, just kind of, like, talking to my guides that way. But anyway, kind of got off track there. Honestly, like, yeah, so it's interesting that you mentioned contacting her, because this is actually, funnily enough, one of the cards that I got for her when I was doing the reading. Contacting her and getting to know her a little bit better. So, yeah, I'm sure she'll help. So, but honestly, the general vibe here is essentially just, yeah. The general vibe here is honestly to just kind of, just be honest and just let it come from the heart. Communicate about things when you're able to, when they're actually ready to talk about things, and, try to make, I don't want to say try to make amends, because, it's not really your fault, and it kind of makes it sound like it is, but, try to reconnect, and communicate about things when, things have cooled off and when people are ready to talk, okay? Because, like, if any of these people are, like, childhood / long-term friends, I'd imagine they would be willing... to, you know, like, talk it out eventually. Yeah. 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 I would just give it time to just, you know, give things time to cool off. But, yeah. Just, yeah. I'd imagine, you know, again, if these are long-term friends, they're not just gonna throw it away for nothing. Or for something small. So just give it time. Give it time for the dust to settle. And then try to talk about things when they're ready. So. And then, you know, just, again, speak from your heart vibes is definitely just the vibes here given these two. Me. Oh, hello. Intervention? Okay. I don't actually remember the message of this card. Let's see what it has to say. Apparently. Ah, I remember this card actually. Intervention. Sometimes the violation is so great that it cannot be overcome. This is the gift. When we have lived in a pattern for so long, we can't dream of escaping it. Or maybe we do dream, but we can't see how to get out. We are blind to the cords that keep us stuck floundering in it. This is going so in line with that, like, 8 of Swords reversed energy. Because that 8 of Swords reversed energy is about, you know, like, letting go of the things that don't serve you and finding freedom from them. People in our lives that make such a soft bed within the darkness that we take another hit without question. And then the lightning strikes and it all shatters. There's no putting the pin back in the grenade this time. This is the intervention. This is the universe moving with so much force that you have no option but to do it differently. And whether we can see it or not, we co-create these moments. Our desperation to feel better has been crying out for so long, weaving its way through the cosmos, begging to be heard. Eventually, the echo comes back. The intervention is a mother's soft kiss on a skinned knee. The pain can't be taken away, but you can feel that bold love. The love that dares to break the glass, begging you to make a stained glass window so breathtaking it would make God weep. And that's the medicine of the intervention. Yes, the violation is great, but your potential is so much greater. Let yourself be cut off at the knees, you're still as tall as trees. Also, you know what's funny? So the cards in this oracle deck all have a companion card. Do you want to know what the companion card for intervention is? It's amend. That one's definitely just kind of more so giving the vibes that, like, trust that, There's a vibe that, like, things will work out for the best here eventually, but, yeah. um, yeah, like I said, just give it time. Just give it time. Um, yeah, going in line with this card, okay? The whatever pain exists for like the parties involved may just still be a little bit too fresh and they haven't been quite able to process it yet. Okay. So just give it time for like the dust to settle a little bit. And then, try to work things out. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna get you another card because I feel like there's more than one. Nah. Not half the deck, thank you. That was me just accidentally dropping the fucking deck. Like... okay. Okay. Oh. I can ask for support when I need it. And I show up for the world around me and create a positive impact however I am able. This one definitely goes in line with this. Definitely, like, show that you still care, okay? I don't think this means that you have to go radio silent during this situation, okay? Probably just try not to bring up the situation that's ongoing currently until they're ready to talk about it, though. Yeah, I know. I know. When, shit like that happens, it's kind of hard to just be like, act as if things are normal. You just feel awkward. Yeah. But, yeah. Like I said, just try to, just give it time for the dust to settle. But yeah, I hope that message helps. And yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, before we get into the closing message, we're gonna do one last little cute therapist card pull. Oh gosh, I just noticed the time and how long I've been streaming. There I go with like the 4-hour stream again. Oops. Okay, hello. Oh, my favorite. It's cute Void Kitty. My favorite. You are strong, you are resilient, you will defeat this. I love cute Void Kitty. This is my favorite card. Now, let's see what they got for a closing message for us, eh? Got another. We got 2 sideways cards. No. There we go. We got 3 sideways cards. Why? Why? Alright, what's this one? Oh, fuck. Yeah. What's this one? Oh, fuck. And this one? Oh. Okay. Okay. That one wants to be upright. Oh, sorry. That's the 6 of globes, which is the 6 of coins or pentacles. It's still kind of sideways. Okay. We got the 8 of globes again. 8 of pentacles. And we have the hanged one, which is the hanged man, reversed. But all of these have the opposites being called on. So, the 6 of globes energy is definitely just kind of giving, like this is all about, you know, like accepting, like, receiving and giving support, okay, and help. It is okay to accept help, okay? It is okay to ask for help, okay? There's nothing wrong with needing help. Absolutely nothing wrong with needing help. But on the other side of that, it's asking you to check in with the give and take relationship, or the give and take in your relationships, okay? Not, again, like all relationships, not romantic relationships. Make sure the give and take is balanced, okay? Make sure you're not giving too much of yourself. Make sure you're not giving too much of yourself and not really getting anything out of, like, the situation. That doesn't mean, you know, like, that it needs to be reciprocal. But, you know, like, sometimes you put in all that effort and they give you, like, next to nothing. You don't essentially receive the same, you don't get the same out that you're putting in, okay? And this can apply to more than just relationships, okay? It just most frequently ends up being in relation to relationships. But this also applies to just kind of like the general effort that you're putting in towards things, okay? Are you getting the results that you expected? Are you getting out what you're putting in? Okay. Is that effort paying off? And there's that reminder here too, that like even if you're not seeing that yet, trust that there is a payoff, okay? Trust that there is a payoff. But this eight of coins energy is reminding you that yes, focusing on the details is like can be a good thing, but becoming obsessed with them and that turning into perfectionism is not, okay? Release that need for perfectionism, okay? Release that feeling that it has to go a certain way for it to be successful for you, okay? Like this is essentially kind of like a reminder that there isn't always one way to do things, okay? So, but yeah, so definitely like don't get in your head about, you know, like don't get in your head if you're not seeing like a payoff to things right now, most certainly. But definitely check in with yourself to make sure that, you know, definitely check in with yourself to make sure that, you know, you're actually if you're actually getting what you want out of the situation, okay? And know that if things are at a standstill right now, because that's kind of what like the upright position of the Hanged Man is, like things are on a standstill, things like aren't moving, it's just stuck, okay? If these things aren't moving right now, trust that the time where momentum will pick back up again, and when the time is right for taking action will present itself in the future. Now it's just not it, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. So Know that things will start moving forward again soon. Even if things are currently just at a standstill, you're not really seeing that progression anymore. Okay? Don't get too in your head about that right now. You got a card for us here? Of course. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. Hello. Finally got a card. And that card is Attract. Oh boy. To attract is to enter the spiral dance. Contrary to what many viral online creators will tell you, to attract, to be aligned, is to decide to live in a construction site. It is not nearly as one-dimensional as it seems and extends far beyond the vision board. When we begin to focus on what we want, we are often first met with what we don't. We open the door only to find an old pattern staring us in the face. It is our first temptation. We may want to feed it because it feels comfortable and familiar, but the magic is in letting it starve. It is closing the door in its face and saying, I don't know what will happen next, but I know I want something different. Hello! We may then move a bit closer to what we want, but not quite. We may toy with it, letting it play out until we cut it loose and move on again. Each step is moving us closer to our true desire, the experience we really want to have. It is not a straight line, so do not get discouraged when you engage in energies that feel lower than what you want to have. Trust yourself enough to know when to stop. We must let ourselves get reborn again and again in this process, so do not expect to arrive. Which is very much, kind of enjoy the journey and the process sort of vibes. You will fall and skin your knees, but get up and keep smiling. The key to attracting is play. Let yourself enjoy the game. Come alive in the dance while still stretching toward the stars. Okay. So, if you're not getting what you want out of the situation quite yet, trust that what you want will eventually come, okay? Going very in line with this. Knowing what you don't want is just as valuable as knowing what you do want. Okay? So trust that there is something better around the corner. Even if it's not there yet. Yeah, I know that feeling. Why is this card showing up so much tonight? hold on. I'm sorry, but not 4 cards, okay? We need just like one more. Thank you. Oh, come on. This one? Or one of these? This one? This is the Empyrean Tarot, and this one is the Empyrean Oracle. They're both from Threads of Fate, but unfortunately, they're discontinued. As is this one. All 3 decks are from Threads of Fate. And Threads of Fate recently closed down their shop. So, sadly. So, our first card that we got here is, I show up for the world around me and create a positive impact, however I am able. Which means showing up for yourself and showing up for this process, okay? Show up for yourself, show up for the process. And my potential is infinite. Yeah, these are some of my favorite decks. They're so cool because they're lenticular prints, which means as you tilt them, the image shifts. They were very expensive decks because making decks like this is very costly. And I don't think they were making enough money, so I think that's part of the reason why they closed down. Plus, they also said that, like, they were moving on to, like, something different because they didn't feel aligned with this anymore, with creating decks. They wanted to still remain in the space, but do something different than just this. So, okay. So, actually, you know what? Let me also get a Therapet's card along with this closing message here. Oh. Depression lies. There is no circumstance that is unchangeable. There is no situation that is ever hopeless. Yeah, I'm sorry, my queue's been closed for a bit. I'm just doing the closing message real quick. I'm finishing that up. So, don't listen to depression. And also don't listen to that negative voice in your head. Okay? Okay. I hope that message helps for whoever needed to hear it. And with that, it is unfortunately time for me to call it, because it's like 11:30 and I went a lot longer than I intended to. Oops. Oh yeah, I know that feeling. Very well, Red Cat. Like, it's only recently that it's actually just kind of calmed down a little bit. So, it's not as loud, but it's still there. It's still there. Just not as loud. It's a little bit easier for me to tell it that, you know, I can't know that for sure, so kindly fuck off. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure. I know that feeling, yeah. I'm sorry that, you know, I'm sorry that that's going on for you. And I do hope that, you know, things get resolved soon. But yeah, I'm getting quite tired, so I need to go just chill and relax. And go finish my popcorn and my cup of tea. Because it's like 11:30 now and I'm tired. Even with the sugar that I ate to kind of give me a boost of energy. I didn't, like I said, I didn't intend to go as long as I did, but it's fine. But yeah, I do need to go just kind of take care of myself now. Do some after stream care and just go chill. So, thank you all for stopping by. Whether you joined the queue, talked in chat, or just lurked, I appreciate you sharing your time with me. I hope to see you all again soon, but bye for now.